You can straighten this.
Yeah, it should be falling. Should be moving in constant, but it's not.
Right.
Right. Sure.
We just do tab CDs and things like that. Okay, well, we'll be right back. We'll grab a few things and do a few things before this. If you need anything, I'll be right upstairs.
Sure.
Good. Yeah, I'm in there. I'm good to go. All right. Hope you feel better. Talk to you later. What? Hold on.
Yeah, we're ready.
Next year. I'll remember. I go down.
I gotta go get mine.
So if we could get started. First time I ever used the gavel. The next one will be somebody's head.
I request a different seat.
Yeah, I was not just there.
Well, I won't be there. 2 minutes to go. Well, I didn't know. So my cat in that, my house, it's right there, we have coffee. There isn't any more cat help, yeah. I saw that. She puts together a little for me. Look at that. Oh, no, no. I'm fine, I got yours. Oh, no, yeah, I got mine.
But I traded the vehicles. You can get a twins.
Yeah. So I'm not there, I'm in down here.
Local there. The red, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's over here.
You didn't learn that. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know.
Oh, I didn't know. Wow, and it's like 40 something years ago.
I wouldn't get the shot, I could have.
I
have the shot. Yeah, but two. Well, hopefully I don't get it back.
It's not in your hands. It's in the
Never know where it's going. Hi, how are you? Good morning, I'm not sure if you can.
That's what I had to do this morning, everything. Horses.
Hey, you can't eat them, if they don't bring money.
Sure.
Yeah.
I get to my voice.
I put the dongle, you need to say.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Yes.
It's true. Oh my God.
Back in the field trip. He had hope in there.
Good, interesting. I hope you would like mine. No, I like them. Oh, they're big. No, man, we don't cook. They're really out, bro. Easy. Right, sí, pues, my wife and me, and focus and everything.
Okay, I would like to call the meeting to order. Could I have roll call?
Madam Chair, Dr. Flores Martinez.
Here.
Madam Vice Chair, Luisa Portillo. Present. Secretary Mark Dominguez.
President.
Trustee Kenneth Medina.
President.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Rolando Medrano.
Here.
And Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Present.
Next item is the pledge of allegiance, Ryan. Oh, sorry. It's not on the list and I forget. Please read the notice of the meeting.
Good morning.
Vice Chair Portillo.
Today is Tuesday, December 9, 2025. This is the regular board of trustees meeting of Luna Community College Board of Trustees. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Luna Community College and Open Meetings Act resolution. The agenda was posted at least 72 hours in advance of today's meeting at the office of the president and on the Luna Community College website at www.luna.edu. Any person who requires any special accommodations to attend or participate can contact the Luna Community College president at 505-454-2500 or 1-800-588-7232, extension 1000 for assistance. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Pledge of allegiance, prior please.
Better keep it. Higher than one. But they have you. So I might see one.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. To the republic which stands one nation. You know what, everybody was either too fast or too slow.
Wordy.
Too early, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Next item, approval of the agenda for November 11th regular meeting. We'll give you 2 minutes to go through it.
Just 200.
Yeah.
I asked, was there approval for the minutes or for the agenda?
The agenda.
Agenda.
Oh, sorry, we have the agenda.
I will improve the agenda.
This should be number 5, item number 5, it shouldn't be a name. If you follow, APA, there's no, there has to be a B when there's a name. Okay, approval of the agenda, can I have a motion?
Madam Chair, make a motion that we approve the agenda as is.
Okay,
5 seconds.
and roll call,
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez,
here, yes.
Madam Vice Chair Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Dominguez,
Yes.
Trustee Kenny Medina,
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena,
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
and Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
And next item, approval of the minutes of November 11th.
I didn't see any discrepancies unless somebody else did. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for November 11th, 2025, for, the trustees regular meeting. Oh, second.
And roll call,
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez,
yes.
Madam Vice Chair Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
Trustee Kenny Medina,
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Gilbert Sena,
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
and Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Next is November 19th special session. Minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for November 19th. Special session.
So moved.
Second.
You made a motion and you second.
Second.
And,
That was a second from Rolando.
yes,
Okay. Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez,
yes.
Madam Vice Chair Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
Trustee Kenneth Medina,
Yes.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena,
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
and Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
And next item is public comment. Do we have anyone signed in for public comment?
We have Nicole Collins online.
Okay. If it's an employee, I don't know that it has to be public comment.
She wanted to say.
She signed up.
Did she sign up for public comment?
She has sent an email to Leslie and to myself.
Okay.
The return verification. so
Go ahead,
it Still stands for the 3 minutes, Madam Chair.
go ahead, Nicole.
I don't see her on here. Here is Nicole on there?
No, she's not. She hasn't joined.
Yeah, I haven't seen her on there.
Okay, well, maybe we'll move this down on the agenda. And in the future, if it's an employee, tell them that they just need to be put on the, on the agenda, not on public comment.
Madam Chair, we've already approved the agenda, so we can't move it. She's not available, so we move on.
Correct.
You're right.
Thank you for that.
So the next item will be executive session. Mr. Trustee Medina, for the last time, probably.
Yeah. I'm gonna hide you guys away for the last time. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, we go into executive session
A, discussion of pending litigation as permitted by NMSA 1978. Section 10-15-187 of the Open Meetings Act. Dodge versus Luna Community College, ETAL. And B, discussion action on any matters discussed during executive session.
Thank you.
No. Thank you, trustee Lima.
Could I have a second, please?
A second.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
trustee Kenneth Medina,
Yes, ma'am.
trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena,
Yes.
trustee Rolando Lozano,
Yeah.
and trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes. Okay, then we will excuse ourselves and go into the other room and
I'd like to make a motion, we come back into our regular meeting, exiting the executive session where no action was taken.
Second that.
Madam Chair, Dr. Flores Martinez,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
Trustee Kenneth Medina,
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sana,
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
and Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Next item, new personnel and employee recognition, Dr. Digger.
Okay, so you have this information starting.
Page 11.
Thank you. On page 11 of your packet. And thank you, Chair Dr. Martinez. We have quite a few new employees that have started since the beginning of November. And VK Hurst, I don't know who's here. Matt, do you see any of your crew here or no?
No.
Okay, so we do have Enrique Hurst, early childhood substitute teacher, Mariah Hatch. Cecilia Salazar was, oh, she's here, where, yeah, so, yeah, welcome,
welcome.
Cecilia. So Cecilia is our new Veterans Benefits, and you started just after Veterans Day.
I did, yeah.
1 week after, she started the day that HLC was here. A whole bunch of people started on the day that HLC was here for the focus visit. Anyway, welcome, Cecilia, we're happy to have you, and her office is right across from the admissions. And so we're really happy to have her. Bethany Bradford, I don't see, she's probably working in financial aid. Tanya Giddings is here. Tanya Giddings, you've all met, she's my new Director of Government and Community Outreach or Community Relations, whatever we're calling it for today. Ryan Trujillo is here, he's our new admin. And hopefully not getting sick, with the other people, he's trying to stay safe, so welcome Ryan, many of you met him last week, he's hit the ground running. As well, Charlene Travis, I think is not here, but she's been working at the cashier, she's been a huge help. Cassandra Behill is our new administrative assistant in career and technical education, Luis Cidabaca is the new accountant in finance. And Antonio Pino, I don't see is here either, but all of them started on the 17th, so that was a good thing. We did have 2 recent separations and those are listed there. And when you're looking at if you just glance at, because of the time, if you just glance at 12 and 13 and 14 and 15, what you will see is how many people are really giving shout outs to people, and so I think that it's important that we recognize those. There's a lot in every different area. Ryan, you got a shout out. Andrea Lucero, she always deserves the shout out in admissions. She's always a person that is willing to help out. I wanted to have a list, and I don't think that I have this list, but Matt and Jerry Francis are here, so maybe they can help me. In addition to all these, and then Denise Fox does the shout outs that are on page 15. So, for Thanksgiving, and so take a moment to read through those, and, I appreciate all the work that everybody's doing, but I want to give a special shout out, which are not listed in here, to everybody that helped out for the events on Saturday. We had the Winterfest, we had the Adobe Model Home that event, those were happening from 11 to about 3. And what time did you guys start setting up luminarias, Mary Francis? 2 o'clock? I do not know how you set up all those, 4,300. And so 4,300, and I don't know if you saw the photos or not, but it's totally amazing. And I think, how many volunteers did you have total?
26.
26 volunteers, and I think that some of our maintenance crew and custodians actually brought family members to help out. And we signed them up, I think they were a little bit too young to start attending Luna yet, but we said that they need to come to Luna in the future.
Yes.
So, and it was really, really windy in the afternoon, and then and there was food that was provided. We provided food to all the workers, but it was a lot of work. It was really a great event, 26 people, and when they first, everybody told me last year, like starting in November, are you doing Luminarias? Are you doing Luminarias? And I'm like, no, we cannot get it together in that short of amount of time.
But we got those bags filled, Matt, like a month ago. I think all of them were filled.
Pretty close to it.
Yeah, so we got all the bags filled ahead of time. We bought little tea lights but they all had to be turned on. So Hugh, we'll get a full list of that and put it in there, but
So let's give them a big hand.
yeah, let's do it. Anyway,
And thank you for this page, the shout out, because we could read it, it was so dark.
yeah, that
You
was
couldn't
it.
read it.
Yeah, no, that
Nice
was a
and
lot.
light.
Yeah, so that's my employee recognitions and I appreciate all the work that everybody's doing with Luna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr.
So do we.
Martinez.
Next item, shared governance report, Crystal.
Good morning to all our trustees.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's see, so let me start with faculty senate. Faculty senate has been working and planning the January 2026 in-service meetings. And they're especially trying to accommodate the busy schedule for instructors so they can attend. Faculty senate has also been working with Dr. Romero to develop an AI policy. And they have been talking to Nancy Sanchez in regards to enrollment. Staff Senate had their last regular monthly meeting on November 4th. And then we held a special meeting on November 24th and held a drawing to do turkey giveaways for staff. So we had 7 turkeys donated and did a drawing for those. So that was very successful. And staff senate continues to work on revising their bylaws. And then at our last meeting, Sierra Fernandez came to talk to us about the student learning assessment policy. And we really appreciate that. She has done a fabulous job with helping us with HLC related matters for the visit and explaining these policies to us. Student Senate was busy in November working on getting everything set up for the luminarias this past weekend. And then we had a report from our directors on shared governance. Sherry Goodyear reported about she is going to have all the mentorship programs put on modern campus for the spring 2026 semester. And the Rough Riders kids had a theater presentation of Charlie and the Glass Elevator, which premiered here at Luna November 21st. And that was absolutely adorable. We will have a Rough Rider article coming out next week, which should be this week, and Terrence Garcia is working on gathering footage for a commercial about the mentorship program. Directors, Valerie Montoya from nursing, had told us that directors met with HLC on Monday, November 17th. And the last thing we had is at our November 21st meeting, shared governance reviewed and discussed the Board of Trustees policy 1520. And agree with the suggested changes.
So the changes are a strikeout of about a page and a half?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
we sure got the right.
yes. And I wanted to apologize for myself for leaving early at the last November Board of Trustees meeting. And I realized there was some confusion due to that, so I
I think you have to
apologize.
go cook.
We had a food distribution scheduled that afternoon, so. Are there any questions?
No, I'm curious about the dress code.
Oh, the dress code, yeah, so I have that as an item that shared governance is gonna start discussing in January.
And how far it can go. I know as a public school principal, I have really no ability to impose dress codes on teachers
That is a good
or
question,
authority.
and I do not have the answer to that as of yet, so we will work on that in January.
Possibly a legal opinion,
I'm sorry,
and possibly a legal opinion. Before you start implementation.
possibly, yes, thank you.
You're gonna say that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all
Thank
you
you.
do for this.
Thank you.
Thank you for.
Dress code is for,
Next item. But
think that's good.
especially if they're gonna wear shirts like yours.
Yeah.
I-
know, I should-
Thank you so much. Luna, Student Learning Assessment Plan, Sierra. Thank you for all you've done as well.
Good morning, Dr. Linder, Board of Trustees. Good to see you all.
Didn't want to hear the whole thing, but if you could do a song.
Absolutely, yes. So in your packet, you should have a copy of the Student Learning Assessment Plan. And this is a comprehensive document that details the areas of assessment that Luna does, including.
One question, just a clarification for the board, this is specifically what we were being, monitoring for HLC for, because of the assessment plan, correct?
Not because of the assessment plan necessarily, but because of our gaps in assessment.
Okay.
So to address criterion 3 concerns that HLC had in their action letter that they sent to Luna in March of 2024. We had not defined co-curricular assessment or activities at Luna prior to their visit, their comprehensive visit in 23. And we also were relying heavily on grades to do assessment. And we hadn't demonstrated a mature programmatic review process at that time. So over the past year, Luna has worked to solidify systems and address those concerns. This plan details that work and provides some structure around the 4 areas of assessment. The 4 areas are programmatic review, course level assessment. So Luna, we assess all of our classes. We also focus on gen ed courses and assess the 5 essential skills. That's something that we do statewide. And co-curricular assessments. So now Luna has defined what co-curricular assessment means to us. It's not defined by HLC. We had to come up with a definition that fits our unique needs.
Does that get approved by HLC?
What's that?
Once you put that in, that assessment, does that get approved by HLC?
No, they don't need to approve it.
They don't need to.
No.
That's something.
We need to do it. And so this provides the structure to be able to understand it. So this is an attempt at providing some infrastructure around assessment. We were doing assessment, but hadn't documented what the processes were. There was our website wasn't updated with templates and resources that new faculty could lean on to really understand what the process was. But we have had an assessment committee for several years that has done assessment and led those efforts, provided training for the campus, but this is a summary of what they do in one place. And then it includes a co-curricular piece, and in the appendix, you'll see that we have additional documents. They're linked right now, but we've got a department review template that went through a lot of work and revisions by our academic directors who did their programmatic review this year. That was something that HLC needed to see, and something they asked about during the review was how are you using data to make informed decisions that relate to budget planning, things like that. We also have the co-curricular template, the PLOA form, the gen ed assessment plan. Also supporting this is our revamped academic assessment website. So if you go to, I think it's under About and Assessment, you'll see that these 4 areas are detailed there. And once this plan is approved, I'll put this plan on the website also. So it's transparently available for folks. We're also working with Christy and HR to make sure that our onboarding process includes something about assessment. So if you're a new faculty member, then you're brought into this process before in-service week when you need to assess your classes. So there's some training on that. The plan includes responsible parties, so who is responsible? Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
These supporting documents that you're creating and implementing for faculty and everybody to come in, will only be reviewed to make sure that there is not this gap in the future. What are we doing to ensure that this won't happen again? And I'm sure as long as you're here, it'll be fine, but.
Yeah, Well, documented in here, in the plan, we talk about the fact that this is a living document and these are being updated annually. So after this programmatic review cycle, I sent out a survey to academic directors to see how the form worked for them, what needed to be changed. So in 3 years, we're not having to fix things or review again and making those changes immediately after. And we're doing, yeah,
So you have something in place that you're gonna.
yes. We're doing feedback surveys for, the assessment committee will be launching one for faculty too, to make sure that that process is working well for them. So there's continual feedback, and we noted here that this is a living document, so this is only set up for 1 year, so that we have that flexibility in a year to refine this and work on it. It's not a 3-year plan. And hopefully in the future, we get to the point where we can have a 3-year plan, but we want to be nimble and pivot as needed in our assessment processes.
So I heard that part when you said it's, yeah, so I just wanna make sure we have something in place so that are
Yeah,
updated as needed, and you stated that.
Yes.
Sure, so thank you.
absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
And I have some questions, but I'll wait until you finish.
okay, yeah, in here, responsible parties, there's timelines and things like that to help guide. There's a table that includes the forms that support each of the 4 areas that we have available. This document was developed and sent through, student senate, they approved it, faculty senate did, staff senate, our academic leaders through academic leadership approved it, their governance council, the curriculum committee, whose work is also involved in assessment and programmatic review, and assessment committee, and then it also went through our executive leadership team. So we've been socializing the document, we sent it to HLC also, they received a copy and provided good feedback on it. And we are also participating in the Assessment Academy. I'm sure you know that Luna was accepted. We're the only school in New Mexico that is participating this round, and it's a 4-year commitment that the school has made. That was noted in HLC's report as a good step. So that's another assurance piece that will keep us on track with assessment, and we'll be getting feedback from our mentor and scholar and our cohort of other schools who are participating in Luna's processes. Any questions?
Yes, first of all, I didn't see any dates. Is there a plan in place to put some dates on there so that faculty, anybody that deals with the assessment plan knows when something is due?
So we don't have specific dates because they will change depending on the year. We say annually or quarterly, during the in-service week. So because that shifts, we wanted to keep it kind of open. So yeah, there will be any specific dates.
Right here, but there's not exactly.
Right.
Mhm.
Should that reflect something, Sarah, you think that maybe in the beginning of this, it should have a revision date on it, and then thereafter nothing will come, no one was implemented or revised?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I can add, like at in a footer when it was updated, so that as we update it.
Yeah, I'm not giving you directive, I'm simply asking, do you think that it's
I do.
something that,
Yeah.
just so I wanna be clear? Not giving any direction.
Yes.
Thank you.
The next item, the next question I have before I was interrupted.
No, you were reading, so time is of the essence.
Is, the data that you provide, the data that gets collected, doesn't it have to be reported nationally? There's
No,
nothing in this document that says that.
yeah, we do not have to present our assessment data nationally.
So isn't there, I thought there was a platform where I could go look up all the colleges and be able to gather some data about them.
That might be iPads or something like that related to,
Yes.
but that's more specific to retention, completion, enrollment, not assessment of student learning.
All right, and the other question I had is every 3 years seems like a long process. I thought there'd be more, would it be better to go on a short-term basis so that you're collecting, what you're collecting doesn't get lost in the shuffle from 2025 to 2028, 29?
It was a concern that we had too, and programmatic review is on a 3-year cycle, but to support that and address your concern, we have implemented an annual reflection for directors, because they are the ones, faculty do it every year.
Report.
Yeah, so they'll be doing these quarterly reports, where they are asked to reflect on what data they used to make changes, what large initiatives took place within their departments. So that at the three, because we found that this round was we had new directors who didn't know what had happened in the past 3 years, who were having to collect information on things they weren't a part of. So with this annual reflection, if a director left, we'd at least have documentation from last year to support whoever comes in. So it's kind of a mini step up to the program review, but HLC, when they were here, when we do all of our programs on that 3-year cycle, and they said, in a lot of schools, they stagger them, so they'll do just some this year, and then the next year they'll do 3 more, but at Luna, we think it's a good idea to keep everything done every time.
We do program learning outcomes assessments every year.
Yes, we do flawless.
Close.
Yeah, and those are based on the CLOAs that faculty do. They get sent to directors who take a look and reflect at the programmatic level.
Thank you. Any questions from any members of the board?
Great work, job.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you all.
Thank you for your involvement and participation in HSA. I know you get paid for it, I know it is a job, but I know you work very hard, prior to this time, but thank you very much for considering.
Of course, it's worth it.
The next item is Board of Trustees updates, the committee reports. And, I know somebody gave me minutes for the executive committee. And, we got some we held that on Tuesday, November the 4th, we got some updates. Oh, yeah, December the 2nd, sorry. We got some updates from Dr. Linder on the new, hires, which provided today. Student housing updates, this is, an item that I think is very important to us, is December 4th, there was a follow-up meeting to discuss funding possibilities, including submitting an F-26 capital outlay request, which is due December 13th. Dr. Linder, do you have any information on that?
You want me to give a little bit more information in my report?
Yes, that'd be better. We'll follow up there. And then we have the AD, Randy and Ms. Tanya working with Lieutenant Governor Morales to explore funding opportunities for a field. Then we also have a grant proposal being submitted on December the 13th
It was submitted December 3rd. Sorry about that.
for North Central New Mexico Economic Development Division to support development of workforce development. For Pell Grants. Dr. Linder submitted a proposal for 10,000 to the Las Vegas, New Mexico Community Foundation to move the movie set to Luna campus, as well as the cave from Raza.
The Roswell cake, the show
Yeah,
at a cake. Yeah, anyway, I haven't seen it.
nursing enhancement funding needs to be used by November 2026. Currently awaiting engineering and design and the HLC follow-up focus, which you're probably gonna give us now. The 2026 legislative session and important items or dates to remember are Luna Day at the legislature for January 22nd. And final roundtable for February the 2nd, and that's open to all board members. Unless you're not gonna be a board member.
Madam Chair, what were the dates? January 22nd or?
Yeah, it's right here, page 2. Unless you're not gonna be a board member.
Yeah.
Enrollment is up 26 FTEs from spring 2025. Wait a minute, should be 24 to 25, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's written. So 26 FTE, 203. I have the enrollment report right here, so we can get I'll get that.
financial aid update. Kudos to everyone who participated in finding a fully staffed financial aid department. And first Michael today, and he got COVID too. Oh my God, it was an epidemic. I hope I'm not, thank you. Hope I'm not part of this epidemic, no. Okay, the next item was a tape transition ongoing completion date, the end of December 2025. Wow. Chess project updates, facilities for the road paving, and that's gonna come in facilities report. The communication plan, which is an item we're gonna look at, the BOT policies, online board training. Have you heard anything
I
about?
got the email yesterday.
Okay.
And it sounded like that it sounds like their timeline changed a little bit. And it looks like that they're gonna be rolling it out.
Oh, so it's gonna be January.
So I just read the email yesterday quickly, but it didn't look like they were looking at speaking that everybody had to by the end of December.
Okay,
I'll forward that.
so, but anyway, what you're gonna do for us, I hope is you're gonna have one
Training.
section, yes.
Yes.
Even if we have to do it in two different sections. 5 hours and 5 hours. The graduate assistantships, which we're going to talk about here, the litigation, which we already discussed, and the board jackets and the swearing in ceremony for new trustees at the board of trustees meeting on January 3rd. Announcement of date and time, and that's the report for the executive committee. Anybody have any questions or additions? Amen. Thank you. Next item will be the finance.
Madam Chair, for me, I'd like to thank everybody in the myself, Dr. Phil Martinez, Trustee Kenneth Medina, his last finance meeting. Will be greatly missed in the finance team. Thank you, sir. Brings a lot to the table. Big, more experience than for anything. Dr. Gerald Shields, Luis C. Butler, Mr. Sanchez, Ms. Jessica. President, I skipped you, sorry.
What? I was not there.
I saved the best for that.
I was there.
Anyways, we had a summary given by the finance team. It was a financial summary analysis, budget to actual cost centers, unrestricted, restricted, student receivables, account payables, payroll, pyramid audit. FY 24 accounts report. The board has approved that already. We're working on that. Staffing other open positions. We are currently at 30% of approved fiscal year budget, indicating notable shortfall that may require revisiting revenue strategies and projections. Tuition and fees make up 40% of the actual revenue, while state appropriations account for 44%. Expenditure analysis, however, some departments have exceeded their allocations, auxiliary services are over budget by 56. And athletics by 47. We discussed the financial summary and balances. Conclusions and path forward. Fund balances and cash management. Procurement. The department in-person training sessions covering workday travel, procurement processes and updated spend authorization expense reports to reflect week per diem rates. The FY 24, as stated earlier, initial verification of the plan, outlines and summaries. In conclusion, Dr. Shields provides an update to the finance department staffing at the request of the finance team. The first are still in progress and appears to be previously kind of payroll competition may no longer be necessary. Other upcoming committee members, announcement date and time. Our next meeting will be January 6th. Does my finance colleagues have anything to add to that?
Madam Chair, Secretary Dominguez, I'd just like to thank you and Dr. Luis Martinez for having me on this committee. You guys ask all the hard questions, so that makes it easier for me to be on there. And you guys know a lot of the budget, which is very complicated at times, but thank you guys.
Thank you for serving.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
your
for
service.
helping.
Well, thank you for your contributions, trustee. Now that concludes my report. I don't take away from what Ms. Jessica has to say in her report, but I think we've kind of covered it. That fine, I don't see it done, it's just. That is it.
Thank you, trustee Dominguez. Now the facilities committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we had our facilities meeting on December 2nd. And, first of all, I'd like to thank, Matt Wingo for being here on Saturday night, he recognized me. But he was there at the guard entrance and, it was a little cool, him and, Val, they were out there.
And Ron,
Ran, yeah, I saw him.
Ron, actually, I didn't mention Ron. Ron was there for the Luminatius and directing, so that was nice.
Good job, guys, that was very,
So you guys had a traffic patrol.
They were very, very regulated.
Thank you.
yes, it was. The updates that, Mr.
Who was in
Hill,
charge of the whole Illuminati update?
I think Matt,
Matt and Mary Frances.
Oh.
Well, Mary Frances was really in charge, but she let Matt think he was in charge.
That's the way to do it. Yeah, thank you. Well, good job.
Around here. Just saying.
so campus updates on the facilities, we have Matt Grego, give us a mouthful of, routine maintenance and habits, servicing all over campus. Gas valve that went out at the cafeteria, waiting on supplier to receive part to fix that, I don't know if it's already done, it's just correct. All right, good job. They're using portable heaters at that time. Roofing 75% complete, Rob. Requesting progressive to be removed and replaced with EKG due to lack of movement of projects assigned to them. It's that progressive has been very slow on getting stuff down, and EKG has been taking care of this pretty quick, so.
How are they interested in, how's that team on Rupert, they're pretty good.
Yeah, and they're on it they have like. What was it, 15 guys, man, or how many guys do they have for you?
We had I told you, yeah, they're pretty good, sometimes.
Yeah,
Those are assurance implementations. Yeah. Yes, that's right. We'll do a commercial roof then.
the DKG project are 100% complete, waiting on inspection for groups. For general studies. Drywall 70% complete, paint ongoing, workforce development building, capital outlay. Elimination and HVAC of administration. Tech and general studies. Zero, still working on administration, replacing valves. Run on internet. So the day of the meeting, actually, Zero was on top of, we're doing the plumbing, a lot of plumbing. Placing a valve, bringing everything up to space. The project will be started in January, once valves are connected to general studies, we'll turn on the boilers. Honeywell proposal, which is on page 51 in your package, if you guys want to see that proposal.
Yeah.
Replace cafeteria HVAC system. By August of 2026, will be an action item, actually in our agenda today. Putting up for bid will cause delays or. We talked about this in facilities and, we need to get moving with the proposal that got from Honeywell, so we could get this taken care of. Oh, 50, I thought it was you. Oh,
Well, it's a colored one.
thank you. Yeah, our facility committee recommendation to move forward with Honeywell proposal not to the gate process. We're using $1 million of full bond, 1.5 million, excuse me. Part of the group will be replacing due to neck seal used around the HVAC units, they did a Band-Aid type of fixing and it was just worse to be able to fix that. Excellent, we only have tears, we only have until what you do, so that's another reason why we wanna go with Honeywell to get this money.
Right.
And Linder mentioned applying for extension, so I don't know if we're still gonna do that, Dr. Linder.
I think that we will apply for an extension just because we're the estimated completion, I think that was August of 26. So.
So I don't know if my question should come now or when it's part of the agenda, but. The memorandum from you says year out mechanical contract services, but yet we're looking at Honeywell.
Maybe the number was wrong.
Page 48.
Was Honeywell, wasn't it, Mr. Graber?
It was a typo on my behalf.
Yeah.
I think it's a typo.
It says purpose of request for CC vehicle appropriation,
Oh, it's
Year
wrong
out.
at the top.
year out mechanical.
No, it's a typo.
Hey, my gosh,
No, it's a typo.
how do I find all these typos?
Well,
You
you're
are-
a teacher.
You must have been a teacher sometime back.
You're a teacher.
We haven't had a meeting and we didn't have. It was,
I
had the-
I'm gonna blame COVID brain. I'm gonna blame COVID brain.
my fault.
This was before COVID, wasn't it?
No, well, we didn't get it corrected.
So-
Everything.
How are we going to approve that when it's already got,
The proposal is,
but not the bill.
you're approving the proposal.
So we will have to change.
Make the correction.
Yes, okay, continue,
Thank you.
Mr. Kenny, sorry for the interruption.
It's okay, thanks for the correction. L building renovations, planning phase, proposal by December 19th. Addressing the following ADA compliance, we should get that, compliant, the nursing lab space appropriate. Cabin cherry. And simulator. Look for contractor, I propose, see. Noche de las Luminarias, which just happened on Saturday, was great. Luminarias and administration, on studies, humanities building. Volunteers helped out with that, as we mentioned. Winterfest and Adobe Model Home Celebration at MEC on 12/6, that happened already. Was that the same night, I guess, but
Everything happened on Saturday.
other updates, Dr. Linder, HLC visit, draft report from the team, LCC. Oh, Julia, recommending LCC deal with bird maintenance. Staff will working out of DOT road maintenance, he's engineer and contractor to assist with assessing this of things to be done. Need on staff contract. All BR&R used in other projects is them to workforce. I had mentioned to Dr. Linder about, how we could go about getting a LCC license plate. And, her response, we have to go through a representative or a senator to introduce the bill. So, I still think that, I'm gonna be on board with you guys to do this agenda. I would like to have my own license.
Thank you.
So thank you guys, thank you, Dr. Linder, for that. Announcement and date on next meeting will be January 6th at 9 AM in the executive conference room. Trustee Portillo's, do we have anything to add?
No, I'm just curious, Matt, Rango. So who on the motorcycle with the winter fest, I'm just curious, on the motorcycle, the foundation was raffling, you know?
I don't know, after that, go out with those.
Oh, okay.
Amy, somebody.
Oh.
Amy, somebody.
Girl,
Do you know what, trustee Dominguez?
Just heard it from me.
oh yeah,
Well,
On Facebook, they said,
I just heard it.
I know, yeah.
Maybe.
I did not win.
Neither did I.
That's cool. Thanks.
I gave my money, but I did not win.
thank you, Chair.
Next one is academic.
Thank you, trustee Medina.
There, our meeting was held on, Wednesday, 12th January, I'm sorry, but December 3rd. It was moved because of,
We met on the fourth,
The fourth,
On a Thursday.
Thursday the fourth, yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was,
I don't know, but it was the fourth.
and not the ninth, the way.
No, that's not right.
That's-
So it was held on Thursday, December fourth.
That person's gonna get an funny guy.
You know what, we're lucky that we're all here.
So Dr. Linda was, there via virtual, Dr. Henrietta Romero was, president, Dr. Gilbert Sena was president. There was a president, Rosie was, also
Absolutely.
there will be health issues or health issues anyway. We also met, and that was the first time we met, Ryan Trujillo and were you there?
Yes.
No, Ryan Trujillo, taking notes, replacing, Leslie. Anyway, we discussed the enrollment report was provided, and I think, like the leader provided, this if you have this sheet, you want to look at it. We discussed, the enrollment for the spring semester is trending upward with the hope of a significant increase after the winter break. One of the other items that we discussed was LCC will be offering pilot intercession courses during the winter break. Seminar courses were being offered. Those are to, I'll let you wear this, I do to, for the students that are in,
Students,
situations.
yeah, students can take winter intercession if they needed to, like if they perhaps did not pass a class in the fall, they could use that, but also just to speed up, and it's a really, really short turnaround. They started yesterday and it's a less than a month turnaround for a course. So
It's a fast pace and
very fast
very
paced.
fast pace. Okay, so also discuss the, if successful, LCC will be continue offering similar courses in the future, so this is sort of like a pilot, course. The other, all courses that we discussed will be accelerated due to the short instruction period, we discussed that. All your session courses will be delivered online and, Kono City, I think, pronounce that,
Asynchronously, yes.
okay? And then the, next item, thank you.
I can't even say that.
Okay. Hey, I'm
Just turn on.
It is. Admissions staff, update, one admission, the staff members will be transitioning to part-time. They've got, we discussed that. Dr. Shannon, do you have anything to say on that one? Item?
I just want to, thank you for leadership, did a good job, thank you. And also, actually, the board and with, president, VP and also Leslie, she done a wonderful job taking notes and, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sens.
And, the other item that we discussed was the admissions manager position has been posted. I don't know how that's coming along, Mr. Linda, do you have any updates on that?
So the admissions position is posted online, so we're gonna be trying to kind of fill that position, and we also posted a coordinator kind of position as well, so.
Okay. Then the next item we discussed were the dual credit office was working diligently to increase enrollment. And we discussed that, I think Dr. Romero, brought that to our attention. The other item was the SIS on-site visit, is scheduled for January 5th through the 9th. Is that still set,
Well, that is an on-site visit that it's a working, during chess, it's a working, it's implementation for a workday. So people are gonna be here from chess and from workday, working with our team rather than our team having to travel to another school to do that work. And we did have a big meeting here last year in December where everybody came here, but this year they're going out rather than our team having to travel, the chess and workday are traveling to us, which is really nice.
okay?
Saves us some travel costs.
LCC entry and testing group is the first among chess schools to complete testing. Another item was an application for the FITSP grant has been submitted and the college is currently awaiting a response from the funder. Anything on that, Dr. Linder, on the PSE.
Yes, and so we did get that grant proposal submitted. I was just actually borrowing trustees Portillo's notes because I couldn't remember what DIPSI stood for. It drives me crazy when I don't know an acronym. And so Dr. Martinez, trustee Madrano, the grant proposal that we submitted last week is for a fund for the improvement of post-secondary education. That's what DIPSI is. Fund for the improvement of post-secondary education through the US Department of Education. And so we submitted that grant and it's called Advanced Workforce Innovation at Luna. So.
Thank you. Okay, the next item was the hope is for funding to be approved quickly, of course, with an award anticipated early in the upcoming year. After that, that was we adjourned. So now made a motion and I second that. I thank everybody that was there. Some of us were not listening about COVID or the health issue.
So this 50, it's not federal, right?
It's, yeah, US Department of Education.
Is that gonna be hard to get funded, given the administration?
Well, okay, so Dr. Martinez, they released that funding opportunity on November 12th. And I found out about it on the 19th, and I talked to several people and I said the exact same thing. I'm like, I don't want to take the time to write this when they're not going to fund the blue state. And it's such a short turnaround time. However, actually, Dr. Salazar, who has written grant proposals for us before, did reach out to me on November 24th, like 10 days right before Thanksgiving, before it was due, and he said that he could write it, and he actually thought that we should go ahead and apply. He thought because the timeline was so short that we did have a chance. But what we did discuss, and we got everybody together, Dr. Salazar called me on a Monday. I got everybody together on a Tuesday. Everybody supplied information by Wednesday, and then we got it submitted the next Wednesday. And so even though I have my doubts about whether we're gonna get funded, I do think that what we put together is a good opportunity, and I think there's actually stuff we could do without funding as well. But I have the same hesitations. However, we did submit, and one of the things that Dr. Salazar said is that nobody was really expecting that to come out because it's also open to everybody. It's not open to just minority serving institutions now. And so it's good. I think it's gonna be really competitive, but we did it, and I think that it did allow people to think about what different opportunities we could do for workforce development. And I think there'll be other funding opportunities that we can go for.
Maybe even from New Mexico.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll be able to spend some of those billions on education.
Thank you.
I think, in our next meeting our next meeting is gonna be what January 6th. Thank you. Other than that, I want to thank all the trustees and all those that participated. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
for your report. Next item is discussion item BOT policy. Okay, so a little bit of a problem. LCC shared governance policy 1520. This one is okay. This is per shared governance and Ms. Crystal. They have deleted about a page and a half of items, which they're content, they're happy with that. This is what they want.
Sure.
So therefore, I would like a motion to approve 1520 as they have submitted it.
I'll make a motion to approve policy 1520 as shared governance.
It's the Board of Trustees policy that governs the share government.
They just made a recommendation.
Right. And that's why we're making a motion to accept the recommendation. And who is going to second?
I'll second that.
Okay, the next one, board agenda 2100 with revisions. What I was given in my packet is not. No, we're not gonna vote on it because it's in.
The shared governance.
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry about that. We need a vote here.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Luis Perez.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee.
Like a
Kenneth
suspension, no? That's.
Yes.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Yes.
And trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so back to 2100. 2100 that I received last is different than the 2100 that she provided us in minutes
So
or in the packet.
Dr. Martinez, on page 36 and 37 of your packet.
Yeah.
The notes that we had from the November meeting were that we needed to correct the order of but was there additional language?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, there is.
Was missed.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, then I think we need to take one. I think what Leslie did was she just changed the order of the agenda, which is the notes
Well,
that she
let me
had.
tell you what I did. I cut and pasted
Okay,
all the minutes that she sent us
so
and
can
put it
we go
together
over
in my own packet.
Madam Chair.
Well,
I
it's
think
not
you
worth
missed
it.
it.
It's not worth it. Care-
Madam
Wait.
Chair,
It was worded the last time I was
I think
there.
those were Attorney Padilla's recommendations, and I think Leslie missed those.
President Member, Madam Chair, if I may say something on any revisions that we do on policy, can we have a red line strike instead of blue line?
Oh, I have red lines too.
No, blue line outline or cross it. If we get a red line revision,
It depends on what set of minutes you looked at.
I
There,
agree.
yes, there is.
just say we need to set to basic practice and run it.
So I think the reason that these are blue is because Leslie was making corrections to a document that was previous and it goes by the author. And so in Word, if you are a different person, the first person who makes edits is in red, then you have another person to do it, and so. And so it's showing you the edited thing, and so I'm not 100% sure if we can make that, but we can try to mark them in red. And so it's just an editing tool in Word, and so if a different author goes in to edit that document, then it does those corrections in a different color. But I didn't catch that we missed those corrections at the top.
Well, One, the specific thing that I noticed, it says, on line 33, it should say, meeting agenda shall be made public no less than 72 hours prior to the start of the meeting. Matters may not be added to the agenda within 72 hours of the scheduled meeting, nor may matters be removed, but may be tabled during the open meeting. What she gave us does not have that.
So, Dr. Martinez, I apologize, I think that, we didn't, what Leslie was focusing on was trying to fix the agenda part, and these previously recommended, changes were discussed by the board previously, but we didn't approve it because the agenda part wasn't part, and so we can take that information and do that.
Or you're gonna table it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table policy number 2100.
Second.
That was a second from Mark.
Trustee
Yes.
Bell. Ladies on group.
And roll call.
With that.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Luis Perez.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Kenneth Medina.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
And trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
And then she put, okay, 2200, yes, 2200, all of that. It says that we approved them, but unless we approved them with the changes, I think we're not pull that. Okay, the public participate loan revisions, I don't think there were any there. Just thinking out loud, yes, I'm just thinking out loud. I certainly did my homework, took me about 2 hours to download all these different minutes and then compare them. That's why I said, do you have
To keep back here.
one that has it all? She said yes, but I'm not at my desk. Fine, we'll do it another time.
Madam Chairman,
Okay.
hand goes off to you.
Thank you. Okay, the code of ethics was another issue. Let's see. Additionally prohibited. I think that one is okay. But I think everybody needs to read it thoroughly because this affects us personal, the board. So do we want to table that one and let everyone read it thoroughly?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay,
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to table policy, 2900.
I'll say,
And
roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
yes,
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Kenneth Medina.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sano.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
And Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
yes,
Did you guys call each other and see which was gonna order it or?
No, but it's Christmas.
Yes, we remember.
I know, we can.
I know 1, 2,
Just
3.
call us the 27th to see.
Bring my speaker.
What? Madam Chair, if I may, make a personal point of privilege.
This your check, this your.
No, Madam Chair, I don't have a check.
Well, this is mine.
Madam Chair, I make a for personal point of privilege, please.
Go ahead.
I have to exit the meeting, Madam Chair, and I apologize to you and my colleagues. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Trustee Medina for your time and your service, and for more importantly, giving me an opportunity to be put on the board. I hope that I have done good in your eyes, and any mentoring that I have obtained has been for you and the previous board, and I appreciate that. And Dr. Serna as well, I'd like to thank you for your service and taking the great missed and trusting me, I'm gonna miss you. I like you guys, feeling that you took on all right with that. But, thank you guys for everything that you've done for this institution, for yourselves, and for me, more important. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So before you leave, trustee Dominguez, can we all stand together and have a picture?
Mary Francis, there's somebody who can take.
Well,
What?
I want
I
to.
hope it's gonna be Mexico.
Hey, no.
Take the picture right now before they could go. I'm like, they're in Mexico.
Let's, kind of get together closer so that we can.
Yeah, I think those go real big.
I hate to stand next to the tallest. Makes me look like the shortest one. Are we too,
I don't know if we
do
should.
we need to be close?
I don't know if we should, right?
No.
Forget,
If you wanna take a quick look, everyone.
everybody's smiling.
Ryan.
I would just.
You have to get a good angle, cause you guys are higher.
Okay, take one more.
One more?
Martinez to smile.
Okay.
You have to smile.
I was talking.
I know. Take another, you're smiling.
I'll keep quiet.
Smile.
Thank you.
Of course.
Are you gonna be a designated photographer?
I sure can, I sure can.
Yeah, and that's up.
Like break down, call me, I'll hook you up.
All right, thank you there, Secretary Dominguez.
We're glad to be invited, so hook it up.
thank you for the food you brought.
Don't forget your plate.
Yes.
Thank you, brother.
Hugs all around.
That's all, much respect.
Right on, brother. Take care.
Okay, we continue with president's update.
Okay, Dr. Martinez, thank you, Chair Dr. Martinez, for the opportunity to present. We already have talked a little bit about the HLC focus visit. And I'm looking at you also were provided a president's update that I gave you a copy of for my weekly report. And we did submit the changes to the focus visit. There were just a few minor like this person was in a meeting and this person wasn't in a meeting or something, so they were very, very final. Very minor changes that we made to the final report. I did attach the final report to the email that I sent you. And I didn't make a copy of everybody's focus visit, but anyway, if you would like that, if you would like a hard copy, I can provide you.
It's in our email.
It's in the email. And so we did, so we do have that. I wanted to give a little bit of a housing update as well. And we did have a meeting last Thursday, December 4th, and with representatives from the Department of Finance and Administration, Higher Education Department, representatives, analysts, staff from the Legislative Finance Committee, and then also Lieutenant Governor Morales was also on that call. And we did go over, we had met with them in October, and when we had met with them in October, we hadn't really had an opportunity to really explore a lot of specific options for what we could possibly do for next fall. And so Chief of Staff Honey has been recommending that we try to work with Highlands for next fall, just because it's gonna be really difficult to try to find housing options in this shorter period of time. And so I will continue to have conversations with Highlands, but at this point, Highlands is prioritizing their students first, and they do not want to make any promises for housing for us until after August 1st. And so that's not an option that's really gonna work for us. So we are doubling down and trying to figure out a lot of different options. We're looking at different modulars that we could potentially lease or we could potentially purchase. I had previously said that we had looked for money for a feasibility study. Ideally, I would like to not do anything on this campus without a feasibility study. But the timing that we're having is gonna mean that we're not gonna be able to fully do a feasibility study. So we're still looking at a lot of different options. There is a capital outlay request that's due on December 13th. And we are still exploring whether we're gonna try to get a proposal in by this Saturday. And then we're also, the Department of Finance and Administration has said that we could apply for funding through their emergency funding. And so that is something else that we're doing. We are trying to get a total cost of what we would need. And there are other grant opportunities that we've looked at. We are very committed to trying to figure out a solution, but we do have a number of people working on it. And the deadline for submitting well, we can submit an emergency funding request anytime to the Department of Finance. It's every month they meet, but we're gonna try to get a proposal in by December 23rd. And we are also looking at different options of just trying to see, we have talked to a bunch of people in town about whether there was other options for housing in town. We haven't really found anything that can house all of our students. One of the things that I think is really, really important when we're having the conversation, and you know, if you're thinking about coming to the legislative day on January 26th, or when you come to the Hispano dinner, Hispanic roundtable dinner on February 2nd, I think talking to our legislators and talking to our representatives about how important it is for our students to have housing, and not really talk about it in a way that we're really just trying to support athletes. What we're trying to do is support students. We're really trying to support students that are in programs here at Luna and have a very high level of completion. And we are looking at trying to give housing options to not just our athletes, but also any student on campus that would like it. And so that was part of the feasibility study anyway, is really to try to get a demand and try to get some idea of that. We are toying with the idea of trying to put out some sort of survey, but I'm hesitant to put out anything that promises when we are still trying to look at this. And so, I don't know, Tanya, do you want to add anything to any comments? I think, you know, we're looking at all possible options. I have consulted with this Mark Valenzuela, who is doing some financial modeling to try to see if we got this much in for revenue from room rental, what would that mean? Do we need to borrow money? what do we need to
He
do?
was on the LFC before,
No, Mark Valenzuela is a financial advisor.
but wasn't he in some state agency before?
He was in, maybe, you don't remember, Tonya?
I don't know his full background resume, Dr. Linderman, members of the board, I don't know his full resume, he has been in government service for some time, so.
He's done financial advising and government projections, and so actually, somebody sent him to me to talk to me because they heard that I was looking for somebody for housing. And, actually, Dr. Taylor sent him to me, and so, but anyway, he's willing to help out. At this moment, he's not on contract, he's just helping us out to help us.
And the question I have is that previous administration had told us, I don't know how true this is, that there were students that had no place to live. You remember that? And that they were living, supposedly under a bridge. Like I said, I don't know how true that is. That was reported to us. So if there's any information out there, I think that would be supporting information.
So we are actually, the North Central New Mexico Economic Development is putting out a survey about, San Miguel housing. And they were making some changes because it was really in San Miguel and they wanted me to send it out to all employees, and we have a lot of people that don't live necessarily in San Miguel. So they're expanding it and gonna make it for the area. And so they are doing that, and so
Well, specifically, this was in terms of homeless, that were homeless and.
well, our basic needs survey that we did, Crystal, remember we worked on that basic needs. And the housing insecurity of our students was very high. And we do have the data actually from that basic needs consortium, you could go in and we have the overall.
Shouldn't that be part of the?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So
I
that
think-
it's not only athletes, but it's also.
No, we have that data, and actually I've shared that data with Tanya, the Basic Needs Consortium and the housing fundability. 100%, we know that housing is a huge issue in this area. And I do think that our legislative representatives are very committed to trying to help us. And I think that they are committed to trying to help us. How much support we can get will really depend. But I think if we can try to, put together a good proposal, I think that they will consider helping us. Okay, so, I do wanna just point out, and I do always try to do this in my weekly reports as well. I think that there was a lot of activities and articles that came out. There was the article about the Rough Rider mentorship, and if you didn't see that article, there's a link. If you just look on that and you can click on that, that was a really great article about Santa Rosa program, Springer program, Mora program, Las Vegas program, the theater. They had a great photo. If you didn't see this week's optic, the photo is like half a page or something of the Charlie in the elevator, glass elevator. So that was really, really nice. Tony Giddings, who's our new government and community relations, we're working really hard to try to get ready for the legislative session. There are LFC hearings that are happening this week, and I was reading through all that documentation last night, trying to understand all the financial projections for the state, and I needed to go back to my MBA to see if I could try to understand everything that they said in those forecasts. But they gave the state gave a really detailed, the DFA and the LFC gave a really detailed kind of, this is where the state is, and they've down, what do you want to say? They have reduced their revenue projections based on, the last 4 months. So anything looking at that. I do think there's been a lot of work from the Wildfire Resiliency Training Center. I do want to point out that, our training center is getting even calls from outside of the state to see how we can also help with training with that. And then facilities, there's a lot of information. I think most of that, Trustee Medina went over that, we have provided, Matt Griego provided a very, very comprehensive report of facilities on page 44 and 45, if you want to look at that. So that's a very detailed report. And then there's a lot of work that's being done in IT Kira Lewis and the entire crew, Isaiah and Shannon, and we're doing cybersecurity training as well. And one question, that Jeff has, not been hit in the last 2 days either, but I did wonder, since the board does have access to staff email, I'm really suggesting that you guys participate in that cybersecurity training. And Kira, I don't know, this isn't your area anymore, but I need to see if you guys actually have access to doing that training. But if not, what I suggest is that when we do that other board training, we should just include a little bit of cybersecurity training on that as well. But we had to complete all of that. So
And then at some time in the future, maybe for thought training. too.
right, and actually trustee Dominguez has requested that.
Yes.
So that's my overall report, and then I have several action items. Some of them are wrong and some of them are right, but hopefully we'll correct them. But any questions about my report?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just a comment, thank you, Dr. Linder and McGregor, this is good. Should have done this long time ago. No, this is good for the rest of the trustees to know where the monies are going and which buildings
Right.
needed work or being stuff.
But we didn't say
Thank
that.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Chair Dr. Martinez, thank you. So I do have several action items. Some of them have some errors that we will correct. But the first one is that the board has already approved hiring graduate assistants from New Mexico Highlands University. But that specific memo was to use money from our workday project to have to be backfilled for the student information services project. And so I looked at whether we could just use that memo and just hire people that weren't necessarily providing backfill, and I didn't feel like I could. So what I've done is come to you with a different proposal that's basically using, it's still staff augmentation, but instead of supporting the student information services project, we're proposing that we would hire GAs if we can find them. We actually haven't found anybody right this second, but if we can find them, to hire 2 additional graduate students that could provide some additional assistance in the executive office and most likely in finance. But if it turns out there was something another need, but this would come from our regular budget, our regular FY26 budget.
Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amended NMHU agreement to employee NMHU graduate assistants to supplement Luna existing employees to support departments in need of assistance and have budget to cover the expense.
Thank you. And a second.
I'll second that.
And a vote. Roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Nicholas Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez. Trustee Kenneth Medina.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
And trustee Rosario Taylor.
Yes.
Okay, the next.
Okay, so just as a clarification, I apologize, and this did get pointed out, trustee Medina, in the committee meeting, and I actually thought we had corrected it, and again, I'm just gonna, everything that I've done wrong today, I'm blaming on COVID. And could you put that in the minutes? And if I did something wrong, I'm just gonna blame COVID on this, but this is actually, you do have on page 50, starting on page 51, this was discussed at the facilities committee. This is, and Matt Griego is here today, this is a proposal to use the FY22 GO bond, right, that is $1.5 million. It is reverting at the end of June, so we are gonna ask for an extension on this, but we have, this is actually something that we had started having conversations last summer. And then there's been there's been a lot of work done this fall, and we're proposing this proposal to approve, for the board to approve this $1.5 million project to Honeywell.
So on the memo on page 48, we're gonna change that to E 5384.
That's not the right number, it's E 384 or something like that. I will make sure that,
We'll put Honeywell
yeah,
on that.
see if and then it's Honeywell, right? It's the FY 22, I really don't, you think I don't think it's a 5384, Matt.
Straight thoughts, that's
You think that is what it is? I'm just checking.
it's kind of close to.
We have funded resources.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, it's COVID. If it's wrong, it's COVID. Okay, I think the number is correct, but year out was, we just didn't delete.
Now you're updated it.
So it's GOB, right?
Yeah,
GOB state funded appropriation,
yes,
which is E 5384. Correct, Matt?
I really do not think that that's the right number, because I thought a Geo one had to start with the G.
Why GOB? Funding.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, but let's,
talk about this.
Why not proposal ID?
and you could go by the postal ID. Why do we say that?
In place of, E 534, whatever. So proposal appropriation 1.5.
It is 1.5.
Oh, you have your.
So that was the mistake as well. It's over here on page 48. That's where the motion comes from.
Yeah.
1.52715 is the proposal map.
Sorry.
The total amount of the proposal,
1.5.
Yeah.
hold on,
For the members, that's for that.
Well, in the future,
I'm sorry.
if we have to go through this, we'll just table it on the interest of time. But today, we'll take it under, amended, I guess, because this is totally.
This is the amount, 1.5.
I'm talking about the memorandum, which is what I make our motion from.
Right. So we're.
You wanna know the total amount?
Well, I need you to tell me what the motion should say. That's what's here is wrong.
Is P 5384 the name of the project?
I believe Tanya, looked it up and that was a correct number.
So there's no change in the motion except for the word
It's just,
zero?
yes,
The motion doesn't have year out in the.
Yeah,
Yeah, reappropriation, well, the memo does not the motion. The memo,
Right
The
here,
memo does put on the motion.
okay.
right here.
So we just not to make sure that's.
Oh, right. So it's correct.
yes. And then the total amount is 1,520,000.
Okay, could I have somebody make a motion for that?
I'll make a motion, request motion to approve the capital project appropriation 1.0 E 5384 project for 1,520,715.03 for HVAC and plumbing services. By Honeywell.
And, second,
Second.
and roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Rodriguez. Trustee Kenneth Medina.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Senna.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medina.
Yes.
And Trustee Rosalie Otero.
Yes.
Okay, next item will be the discussion action item trustee communication plan. There's two things that I would like, that's gonna be on page 62 for everyone. Is that the president's weekly update, instead of just sending it to the board chair, should go to all of them, if you could do that. Just eliminate a step from a step and do it all inclusive.
Okay.
And the other one, the monthly board map, if we all get, that comes from Roseanne. The special reports and memos should also go to all of Board of Trustees.
Where is it?
That's the third one. The special.
Directed mail to all, but yeah,
Yes.
to all.
Yes,
Okay, I'm gonna say here to all.
all VOT. And I think that was it. Anybody have any other specific issues with the communication plan? That's the only reason the agenda goes to just the board, because that's the board, the chair will collect input from all the board members. One-to-one VOT chair briefing, I don't know. That could be an optional thing, I would think.
It says as necessary.
Yes, okay. That's not
I
something.
think that was on the previous thing we gave.
In fact, the previous one said a monthly meeting with each board member. And I don't know that we never did that, if anybody ever requested it. But that's there anyway, because district issues specific meetings are upon trustee request. That's there already. Work sessions, full board. And the last page, page 3. Trustee to president, I think that this should have a CC to the board chair. Because that's, agrees with policy. That's, page 3, the top one. Trustee to president communication. I agree. And I think according to VOT, LCC policy, it has to go with the board chair.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure.
So I do have trustees that call me.
Yes. But the trustee, according to policy, board policy, the trustee has to go through the board chair, at least just a notification.
And
That they're going to call.
Yeah, actually trustees should not be called, they need chair.
But I think the policy just says notification to board chair. And the same thing with handling constituent and student concerns. That should also have notification to the board chair as per policy. So those first two. And I think that's it. Any questions from anyone else or concerns?
What's the last one that we're making changes?
Handling constituent and student concerns.
Board chair.
And board secretary over here on the last one, specifically Leslie Ann. Says that in red.
I don't know if we want to.
Yes,
Well, I clarified that because there's also a secretary of the board.
right, that's right. But it should be Leslie Ann or whoever the board secretary is, the institutional board secretary. Okay, so I would like a motion to approve trustee communication plan with changes for amendments.
I'll make the one.
And a second,
I'll second.
and roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Lucas Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Roy Dominguez. Trustee Kenny Medina,
Yes, ma'am.
trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena,
Yes.
trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
and trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
And next item, Vice President of Academics and Student Services report.
Dr. Martinez, Chair Dr. Martinez, thank you for the opportunity. We did not have with us today Dr. Romero or AVP Michael Montoya, and so I will just briefly go through this board packet that you have starting on page 65. What?
I volunteer Ryan.
Ryan, yeah, he's been in the job for 3 weeks. I think. He's good.
Well, but it's, don't be shy.
I'll get there.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Anyway,
So I have no, fear that you wouldn't be able to do. I have all the confidence in the world, yeah.
a lot of these things we've already sort of talked about in terms of the enrollment. You do have this copy of this enrollment report that is the one that's updated as of yesterday. And so this is something that if you look at this, I am a little bit concerned that our full-time enrollment is not higher than it is at this point. But I know that Gloria Ortiz and her team, and I know that we are reaching out to students, and the students are already gone, right, for the holiday, but they will be back on January 5th, and so we're gonna work hard on getting students that were up in terms of overall total head count. And our FTE is actually up as well. If I'm looking, did I do the same thing twice? You know what, I think I copy and pasted the same, I did that this morning, the FTE, so don't look at the FTE, look at the FTE that's in your packet. Sorry, I blame that on COVID, I was doing this morning with Mary Francis, and doing this enrollment update, but anyway. So we are up slightly from last December at this time, but we definitely need to be working on spring enrollment. And that is what our main goal is to educate students. And so I'm really happy with everything else that we're doing, but we definitely have to work on our enrollment and enrolling students. And so I think that definitely still remains a primary concern. Sierra already mentioned the assessment academy, we already mentioned the winter session courses. There's good evidence I'm gonna highlight that, and I think that I had mentioned before that the modern campus, which will be our new software platform for non-credit students. And so that they don't have to go through and be on regular undergrad staff went live on December 3rd. There was a lot of stuff that happened last week. And then there's a lot, if you look at the report, I wanna really highlight the work that Alejandro has been doing as our dual credit. And if you look at our enrollment, at this time for dual credit, a lot of times dual credit students do not enroll until like right when they come back. Right, don't you find that? And so Alejandro has really stepped it up this fall, and so that's where most of our increase is in our high school. So huge shout out to Alejandro and all his work with that. And he's also gotten several students, they think they did Pecos yesterday, and we'll get some additional updates from that. And then there was a lot, we did participate in the Mora parade on Veterans Day. And so.
We were at our meeting.
Yeah, we were at our meeting, but veterans that we were in, and Ray, didn't you walk, Ray, you went and walked in the parade?
Yeah.
Right in Mora, so that was nice. We are getting set to go live with our new first day complete, so that our students, 100% adoption, this is huge. And our students will have books, including high school students will have books on day one. And that's a really important thing.
I tell you, I've dealt with that parents in the past.
That's a huge thing. So this was a lot of work, a lot of work from Ron Duran and Dr. Romero and a lot of people to make that new contract work. And then we've also seen the work from the after school programs. There's a lot of stuff that's happening with that. And then we do have a lot of upcoming events that are shown on the recruitment and admissions. So just take a look at that. That's on page 72 and 73. And then there's some nice photos there. Academic and career planning, did a great job with the Veterans Day. And then definitely there's some photos there on page 75 from the Veterans Day project. So anyway, so that is my report. I had actually considered postponing the meeting for a week just with everything going on, and so I'm glad we didn't postpone the meeting for a week, but I think I'd have less errors if I would.
Don't worry, we're all human. I have a question, the 7 courses, you by chance remember what they were?
there is a copy of who has their Luna light. Dr. Center. Yes, having that Luna light. And I think today is the last day to add. And so some of them didn't have enrollment, but these are the courses: Intro to Criminal Justice. Intro to Criminal Justice. There's the last half of the EMT. It's the last section that they're doing with the EMT course. History, 110, officiating sports, intro to psychology, and intro to sociology. And so
Officiating,
here they are right here. They're right here.
intro. Oh, then I have to look at.
Okay, no, it was over
This
the,
is home,
that's great.
or whatever it is.
Yeah, intro to criminal justice.
Okay, I got that.
Okay, there's an EMT finishing course. History, officiating in sports, intro to psychology, and intro to sociology. Bye. And there were 2 courses that didn't have enrollment. And we had canceled one other course, I think, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there was one other that we canceled. Before we went live and after this report was done, so anyway,
So there's actually
6. Yes. Now that I count that. This
Um,
is Dr. Sims.
is it the 6 being online?
Good. Online,
Or the EMT still on?
the EMT is the end of what they need to do for their, when they have to go out and be in the ambulance.
Yeah. Okay. So. Was this? Page 77 in the right place?
Yeah, there's, no, it just has my.
Financial summary, sure.
Yeah, I know Dr. Shields.
So I think it's probably.
It is, it's
covered.
It do.
What was that for? For.
Sorry, more from that.
Okay. Next item,
I don't know if Dr. Shields is still alive.
the CFO updates. Dr. Shields, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still there. I just don't see how my picture is of my presence coming, it just has the background. I don't know what happened and the way I'm feeling. I guess, I'm not too technology savvy right here. So I don't know how to get my actual picture here, just this background.
That's a nice office. That's all I can say.
That's what is,
That's who wrote the news.
Dr. Shields' home office.
Very good.
Yes. But I'm prepared to still go ahead and present the report. So we can go ahead and move forward if that's your wish, Madam Chairperson.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, well, to start with the financial summary, and I'll try to highlight some of these things to move quickly, because I know you've been in a meeting for quite a while here. But the financial summary we have here is a report of our divisions for a comprehensive overview of our financial performance for the fiscal year 2026. Comparing actual results against our approved budget to date. The analysis identify key trends in revenue generation and expenditure management and our current fund balancing, offering insight into areas requiring strategic attention. And overall, I would like to just say our financial position demonstrates a cautious but stable outlook. While our ending fund balance remains robust, we identify critical areas requiring immediate attention in both revenue and realization expenditure control. I also would like to share in that some of our expenditure issues that I put out in the report earlier. There is some explanation for some of these, and I'll try to be able to share those as we go along into the report. Basically, under the revenue performance, we're at 37%, which I'll show in a more detailed chart report. The significant shortfall indicates really a need to review our generational strategies, but basically our meal money has not come in at the time when it was for this report to be calculated, which makes up, would take us around 45% instead of the 37% if it was attained by that time. Under the expenditures, we're doing real well. We're maintaining just at 28%. It is identified here where, based off how the budget was set up and aligned, that athletic department is, as well as auxiliary, are ahead of what you would want to see from a period of time through the first 5 months of the year. However, what I have found out is we're internally going to have to make some adjustments to those budgets, because I will be able to show you the profit that athletics and auxiliary is actually making. So the concern for expenditure, after looking at it more closely and after talking with the president, is not as much of a concern as initially reporting here. If we can turn on to page 78, we can move over and talk about our financial summary balances. The beginning fund balance, of course, is $6,190,049. The total approved budget, of course, is $20,871,753. We have a revenue over expenses as of this time of $1,771,276, it shows. And currently, right now, we're showing an ending balance for the fund balance of $6,287,835. So looking at and moving forward here, I shared some notes about strategically addressing some underperforming revenues. And of course, the major one of that was the mill levy money, which we are pretty much on, implementing stringent oversight over any type of overspending. And that's looking at all the individual cost centers and whatever, making sure everyone understands their commitment of staying within budget, and maintain a rigorous control overall for the operating spending. If we can then now change to page 79. Under the cash balances for cash management, we're highlighting that our total bank cash assets are $8,594,944.56. And we're showing that a month-over-month growth of $52,210.31. Now, if we look at our banking with our different banking entities, Community First Bank Holdings is $6,429,685.99. Breaking that down even further, the activity account has $116,768.06. The general account, $3,943,478.12. Payroll account, $369,439.81. And investment money that was approved in our previous month of $2 million. Under Southwest Capital Holdings, it's $2,165,258.57. The general account has $1,165,258.57. And its investment account that was approved also is $1 million. If we turn over to page 80, it gives us a total bank asset, as previously stated, of $8,594,944.56. And our previous month total cash assets was $8,542,734.25. we have a net increase of $52,210.31. So this consists increase in our cash assets underscores our prudent financial management and supports the college's operational stability and future initiatives. Now, if we go to page 81, yes, I'm sorry.
So is that the interest that has been generated from, the renegotiation?
No, ma'am. That's just increase in deposits and money that we have collected. We have not had a report as of yet of what the interests have been earned as just yet.
Go ahead, thank you.
Yes, sir. If we go to page 81, and I'll try to help follow you by identifying the line items on the very far left corner here to point out. Of course, you see that our revenues at the top there shows 39.82, and that comes in pretty much what we projected, 40%. As we get down to line 9, where local government appropriations, then you see where we have an approved budget of $2,255,000. We have just 4,171. And so if we had the mill levy money, that would probably be about 1.1, 1.2 million that we should be receiving. And that would easily carry us up to around instead of a total, and looking at line 14 coming across to actuals of 5,409,864 for our total actual revenues. That would probably kick it up around 6.5, which would get us right around 45% just with that. That's not talking about any other additional revenues that would be coming in for through the month of December to get us up to a higher percentage. Now, when I was pointing out and talking about the athletic and the auxiliaries, if you look at the line 12, and you'll see auxiliaries has a actual collection of 217,801. But now if you come down to auxiliary expenses, line 28, and you come across, their expenses is just 41,590, which then of course gives a profit of over 176,000. Athletics has some of that same situation where it has revenue on line 13 coming to actuals of 213,333, but the expenses is just 182,393, which gives a profit of still 30,940. So what has to happen is we have to go in and adjust internally some of the budget lines so it doesn't make it look like the departments that has been pointed out at this point is spending faster than what they should be at this time period. Is there any questions or anything that I can answer regarding that? Because I know that might have been a little confusing.
Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. We can go on to our next page, which is page 82. And we have went over this. The most significant one, of course, is that if you can go down to line 31 under the financial aid services, that is the big one where I believe the attained contract was not something that was projected, and so the expenses is making that very much something that is outside of what our projections thought it would be. So that's an internal budget that we'll have to encumber. The rest of them, though, are benefits that were not incorporated in their planning budgets. from my understanding. I wasn't here at that time, so that's my understanding of what those red lines are. It's a marked improvement from the previous months that we had. So kudos to my staff for getting that all cleaned up. If you turn to page 83, we have some of that same situation that we have there, except for, of course, for the workday project is another one that is a large project that is exceeding the budgetary costs that you can see there on line 9. If you can turn then to page 84, we are looking at our student accounts receivable aging report, and you see that we have again, the 30 days is 22,428. The 31 to 90 days, 173,859.54. 180 days, 27,929 and 75 cents, and greater than 100 days is $1,292,92. I would like to say that the college is looking to negotiate with Williams and Fudge collection agency to help us deal with this $1,292,000. I still have to get with the president to determine what extents of us going back, how many years of student receivables we want to go ahead and have the collection agency start collections on. And also we'll be looking at doing some interning, what I call low-hanging fruit, the ones that just recently say between 1 to 90 days, we might try to collect internally rather than have to share those, because we should be able to have good addresses and phone numbers so that we can be able to collect those funds. And of course, the outstanding receivables are up a little bit from the previous month. That is primarily because of some pre-registration expenses that has been put onto the books. If we go over to the next page, 85, and we talk about our our accounts payable, you see that our general disbursement was $301,940.97. The financial aid disbursements was $30,321.32, and board of trustees disbursement was $1,689. The total payable activities was $333,951.29. And of course, when you add in the payroll of $879,009.67, so we had a total accounts payable of spent for the month of $1,212,960.96.
Thank you,
Turn it
Dr.
over.
Shu.
Yes.
Continue.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. On the next page, turn to page 86, we're showing you our payroll and which is, of course, our largest expense. And it has a breakdown of what our adjusted budget and also our year-to-date activity. We're pretty much hanging in right around the percentages as we projected. Our year-to-date, of course, is having us right at 60% for our compensation, and we are looking at, of course, for the month of November, it was just 53%. If we turn to page 87, we have our procurement department report. Here, what we were trying to show you is give you understanding of the expense cost of $15,000 or more. And it's a breakdown of those companies, the departments, of the type of procurement. and who the supplier was, as well as the dates. I'll give you a chance to review that, see if there's any particular questions that you would have at that time. And of course, the total expenditures for the month was $257,926.08. Now, there's been extensive training, and I would like to share with, as a part of my conclusion on this, the procurement department has successfully implemented training and reporting improvements while managing substantial procurement activities. The focus remains on enhancing operational efficiency and compliance with updated policies and procedures. If we turn to the next page, 90, this one here is dealing with our audit and verification plan. And we are undertaking the Protivity consulting services which started on December 1st. They've just completed their first week. The first week was primarily as getting permissions for them to be able to have access to various different softwares and accounting support drives that we have, and that's dealing with chess as well as with our auditing firm. So there's been a lot of activity for actual reconciliations, all that. That takes a little bit of time, but it should start being kicking up this week. But I do have a report that showing that their initial activities of what they have done for this year, which I will include that in our subsequent reporting since it came in just so late, and I did not have time for it to put into my report.
Which, do you know that
Okay.
offhand?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Do you know that offhand? I know it was in the report. Do you have that information for us now?
I do have that. I can share basically their key accomplishments was that they start working with um, um, uh, Rosalie Cruz right before she had to leave for her family leave, and then they start requesting audit iteration with auditors as well as with chess and dealing with the shared drive with the colleges. The next steps, of course, was having access to available to support and documentation for open audit request items and reconciling imported Zanzibar balances, which um, um, our team that's dealing with the Zanzibar system, which is Dr. Montoya, has said that they have completed all their reconciliation. It's just a matter of finishing up the importing of the previous fiscal year into the beginning balances, which is, of course, over 1,900 line items. That it takes a little time, but that is coming through. They also will begin banking activity reconciliations starting for the new year, which is January of 2024 through 6/30 of 24, as well as the payroll activities. And that is probably pretty much of what their activities was for the first 3, 4 days. It wasn't a complete week when they started.
You feel they're working, with targets in mind and accomplishing that? Or are they a little late?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Madam Chairperson?
Do you feel that they're on target?
Oh, yes. I mean, in the very beginning, it always takes a little time because you got to get these permissions because you're dealing with, and particularly with chess, because anything we do with chess, it has effects sometime with the other schools, and so I'll just say their urgency is not quite as much to what I would hope for, but we were able to get them to give the approval, and so that we can move forward. So yes, ma'am, to answer your question, I do feel that they are on target as of now, and I'm monitoring them daily on really what they're getting accomplished and what things they need so that they can move forward.
Okay, thank you. Any
You're
questions?
welcome.
No, ma'am.
Okay, continue with the rest of your report.
Thank you. The very next page on 92 staffing, we still have the need of filling our bursar position, the payroll accountant, even though we think that Chess will be able to help us where we may not need a payroll accountant, but it has not been 100% confirmed as yet. We still have some things that we have to talk with them and make some assurances. And then, of course, we have a manager accounting position that needs to be um, filled. And that concludes my report. However, under other items, I do have an action item, which is the quarterly financial action report. This report should have been presented at last month. I apologize for dropping the ball on that and not getting it done ahead of time. It is due by the end of November. So we are about a week or 10 days late. And I appreciate if we can get that approved so I can get it sent back in to the state of New Mexico.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And that concludes my report. If there are any questions, I'm open at this time, or
No, but I would like a motion to approve the first quarterly report to HEB.
So moved.
And the second,
Second.
all right, and it was. We'll have to.
I'm gonna pick up.
Okay.
So,
So,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
so they both said second at the same time, right?
Okay. Whoever I jump first. Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Luis Portillo.
Yeah.
Secretary Mark Dominguez. Trustee Ted Medina.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Sena.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
And Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
And the next item, which isn't on our agenda, but we're not gonna forget about it, is recognition of the two board members who are leaving us at this point. Dr. Gilbert Sena and Mr. Kenny Medina. Dr. Lizard, you have something
I
to
do.
give?
You. Oh, cool, yeah, okay, they're breakable, so they're breaker. Okay. Good.
Dr. Gilbert, you're gonna start.
Don't break it till after you eat.
I know, yeah.
I'm responsible for
But,
it.
we wanna thank you, I don't really want either one of you to leave, but I guess you've done your time and served your time, but we have for representing District 1, Representative Trustee Kelly Medina. We have this plaque for you, and it basically says, Kenneth Medina, District One Representative, Las Vegas City Schools District, 2014 to 2025. With deep appreciation for your leadership and service to Luna Community College. And we're also giving you this, look, photo.
That ugly guy?
Yeah, that other guy, I don't know what you could do, give it to you, somebody that loves you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for all of your work, and we appreciate your leadership in the facilities committee and all of that, and we'll get you a license plate when we manage that,
And a jacket.
and a jacket. Jacket's a good order, I think. We have a purchase order now. And Dr. Senna, we have a similar plaque for you.
Right.
And so it says Dr. Gilbert Senna, District Seven Representative, West Las Vegas School District, 2020 to 2025. With deep appreciation for your leadership and service for Luna Community College. Thank you so much for all of your work. We appreciate you guys. And especially we made this meeting the longest meeting, just so that you guys can get out and your.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Linder, you can't get that to him. It needs to stay on the wall.
No, it's someone. They don't say.
What, you're making one pass another road strength for that side?
No,
Oh,
there are missing, those are missing about 15 years.
oh, okay.
I'm gonna sell this one.
Put it on the bid,
Oh, we have new people that are going up on the wall. Those are missing a whole huge slew of trustees.
Oh.
We looked at trying to see whether we could recover it, but those have not been updated at all for 15 years.
And there was still the only one woman there who happened to be appointed.
I know.
Get elected.
I know, and so we talked about that,
Or Jody.
Jody's thing, Jody, I think.
Yeah, Jody, you know, not both just one to stay on.
I wasn't here.
But if she was elected, that was in the days when they didn't run for election, I guess, the board, the school board appointed a person to represent them. That's
I
what
think
most
what
of
we
them
should
are.
do is figure out, because we don't have photos for everybody, but what we could do is maybe make a plaque that actually has a list of all the trustees, if we could gather it for every year. Because I don't know if we run out of walls, but I think what we could do is look at trying to list all the terms and list those terms and get
Well,
that.
that's a job for one person.
Just
half
put it
a
on
year.
And it makes you GA.
Yeah, and not priority.
Just put the dates on the picture and start a new one. It's a new beginning.
Yeah, I think we forget about those 15 years that are missing and just continue.
I don't want to show.
I think, but
So,
we'll make it a point of discussion and then we'll make a motion.
What we can do is, I mean, if you guys, you wanna leave the photos there, yes.
Yeah, because what purpose are you gonna use it for?
Right.
Take it home and.
Oh, no,
Why don't we just keep it
Yeah.
and add it to that, that's what I say.
That's fine.
Yeah, or even here on the side.
So these ones are serving.
Okay, that's fine, okay, then maybe above or below those that are up there and start the process as they go. So.
Hey, caller.
Hey, I'll bring dogs.
I'll bring dogs. Bring dogs.
Yeah, right here. She wants to do her exercise.
Madam Chair, before I make a motion to adjourn, I'd just like to thank each and every one of you. You guys are dedicated. I know you're in the students' hearts. And you guys are all of us students, which that's what's supposed to be here as a trustee and helping out the staff and making sure. Dr. Shields, thank you for your hard work and getting us in line. We need to stay above water here with, it was an honor starting with you guys, a challenge. You faced some challenges with HLC, with COVID, with fire. So it was rough at the same time, but days I'll never forget. Thank you guys for being a part of
Thank you. Dr. Bennett,
Yeah,
would like to say something?
yeah, I'll learn in a second, but, you know, I did the entire cycle here. 1979, I served as a student teacher. And then I went through all the process, got a job here, worked on the career. And then I became interim president. And then I came to the board, and then I was chair, so it was entirely hard. Now, if you look at, you know, all women. All men only, women, that's what it's supposed to be. This is a hell of a board right here, but treat someone good. Don't be, I mean, this is really a good board. I went to boards over people fist fighting. I don't fist fighting. That's not good.
Fist fighting?
Yes.
Okay, no fist fighting.
I'm serious, but this is good, a quick start,
Yeah.
bring the goods, the new ones in, training good, but treat each other good. If you want this to succeed, then fight that hell for it, because a lot of people don't want it to succeed. They'll fight the hell for it. The only way you can fight a piece of salmon, if you forget it. It's awesome. Thank you so much for everything, all of it, Dr. Linder, all the board. everybody.
All your staff, thank you guys, your hard work.
And I think each board member should say something and I'll start. So I just want to thank both of you. You know, this is a new process for me. This was my first elected position ever. I was been in education all my life, but not at this level, and I learned a lot from Dr. Senna. I learned a lot from Kenny. And I can't thank you enough. You led us not entirely in front, but behind the scenes, and there was times when we sounded off ideas on both of you, and you gave us a different opinion than what I personally was thinking about, and I really want to thank you for that, because it's opinions and it's working together unanimous that we can make progress, and I think we've made progress in the past 6 years, and hopefully we'll continue, but we're definitely going to miss. This is gonna be new for all of us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate you very much.
Well, I'm definitely disappointed that you guys are leaving. Gilbert and I worked together for many, many years, so when you guys hear us fighting, playful fighting, it's because we have that right. Yes, we were together many years.
We
He
did.
was actually my boss many, many, many years ago, and an excellent boss. And I'm gonna miss that, but I'm just gonna miss your sense of humor, Gilbert. I mean, you brought a lot to the board, and when you actually applied and you interviewed, we were just ecstatic. Because we knew as a former employee of Luna and a VP and president, interim president for Luna, you were able to bring a lot to the board. A lot of knowledge, a lot of expertise, something that's always needed on board, so, thank you
Yes,
for that.
and I don't think then, she's the one called me, good, she's bring back.
And I'm so glad she did. And Kenny, first time we met, just like you're a stranger to no one. Penny, as soon as he met you, he gave you a hug. You just, even if you didn't know him, he gave you a hug. And that's what I'm going to miss more than anything is your vibrant personality. You just bring so much. I mean, it's just like, even for emotion and saying yes, it's like, yes, ma'am. And I just love it. I love it. And so you've been a wonderful friend. You brought a lot of your expertise, just like Gilbert knowledge. You've been on the board for a while, so you had a lot to contribute. I really wanted to see you, as chair, but that was your choice.
Yeah.
But I just want to say thank you, and you truly are going to be missed. I was so disappointed when I found out you and Gilbert did not file to run again, because we become such a close knit family here as a board.
Yeah.
And we could agree to disagree, but, you really are gonna be missed, and it's gonna be a difficult change for us, let's put it that way.
Thank you,
So,
thank you.
I wish you well, wish you both well.
Appreciate your words.
Yes.
Okay, well, when I was asked to sit on this board, I knew some of you very, very briefly when I was employed here. But Dr. Senna was one of my superiors. I worked for him, you know, when I was teaching here, or as an instructor, I should say. But, you know, something that people forget is this is not a paid job. And to think of all the hours that it goes into, just like I was complimenting our president, Dr. Martinez. The research that she does, I can't even imagine how many hours that is. She doesn't get paid for it. We don't get paid for this position. We do this as a elected volunteer. But both, Kenny and Dr. Serna there, they've always been very professional, very knowledgeable. Their professionalism has always been at the maximum. And that carries more weight than friendship, because they're really down to earth people, both of them, I love them both. And like Kenny said, we become a family. It's hard to say bye. I told Kenny, I miss you and you haven't left yet, you know, and that's the same way I feel about Dr. Serna. But thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Because it is sometimes a thankless job. And I appreciate you.
You shaved me. You shaved.
I did shave you. I pulled a prank, okay? I was practicing to go to board and I was transitioning from barber, from a cosmetologist instructor to instructor of barbering. So I had to physically shave so many faces on the Christmas vacation. And I was up, can I shave your face? Can I practice on your face? I was out there, and the bloodsuckers were here at that time. So, yeah, they were here doing, blood bites or something. So I go get the bloodsuckers in there, can I shave your face? Well, I asked our president at that time, or Mr. Sanchez, well, I said, Mr. Sanchez, can I shave your face? Oh, no, and he was kind of comfortable. No, you're gonna cut me. No, Mr. Sanchez. We use a straight razor, but we don't put a blade in it. We just practice with the foam. No. So he was out in the hall, so we got some ketchup. And we had, doctor said, the shampoo ball, and I was shampooing him, I'm not shampooing, shaving him. So we put a gash, and here comes and Jermaine was in on it, and I forget who else was there. Mr. Sanchez, come here. He wanted, what happened? I thought you said you were gonna put a blade in it. I know he was thinking lawsuit, oh my God, he's gonna die. And it was a good prank phone. Mr. Sanchez, mayor, he said he was scared. He was scared.
That's a cool one.
But yeah, so I know Dr. said I'm way back, and you know, we've always got along real good. Like I say, he's very knowledgeable in his field. Thank you for applying that to the board. Because, again, you know, the travel, the time that's put into it, and all the hours of research and what have you, it's a big job. It doesn't seem that much, but this agenda alone tells you what we do. You know, we're on top of all the work that you do. We're not taking credit for the work. We're just taking credit for putting it together and being responsible for it. Yeah, but anyway, thank you both.
Thank you, trustee.
Kenny, and I hope to see you on the stage.
All right.
Dr. said, I don't know where I'll run into you again.
Can you start
me a
with
stranger?
Yeah, sure.
He's gonna start. He has a position.
Yeah.
Let's see, we'll cover the heat.
Need somebody on the tambourine?
We need we don't need to probably go home.
And you put it to
I was going to say,
2 o'clock in the morning.
I think, I'd like to also, since I'm advancement to, been a privilege working with with Dr. Sena and Trustee Medina. You know, it's been an experience this last year for some finishing my wife's term. And I'm also looking forward to next year's ahead. It's opened up my eyes, in the educational field. I've been in the private sector for many years, over 30 years. And it brings a different perspective in education. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about working with the rest of the board trustees and of course like the lender. It's been a privilege and I'm still learning, picking up a lot of things that I need to learn and experience. So again, it's a privilege working with you and I won't forget that, and it's been touching also as well.
Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure working with, right? Diane? Good asset to the board.
And don't be strangers, you can come and. Six a.m. for a meeting.
Okay.
God.
Public comment.
Yeah.
All negative. All negative.
Well, we can listen. Yeah. And hey, you only have 3 minutes. Don't get long-winded. Anyway, thank you, and you guys, you're gonna be gone, but definitely not forgotten. And that's why we wanna keep your pictures. Yeah. So if you could leave them here, we'll make sure that they get put on that other wall, because you serve terms. And, I don't think that we need to forget that. That's, I mean, we need to look at you and say, what would they say?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Okay, you don't want us to get any more long-winded. Announcement of date, time, and location for the next meeting is Tuesday, January 13th, when we will swear in the new members of the board, and you are welcome to attend that as well. Be honored and paid. And, that's at 10 o'clock. So now, a motion to adjourn,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to adjourn.
and a second, I think it needs to be Dr. Stella, okay? And roll call,
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Louise Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez. Trustee Kenneth Medina.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Gilbert Zena.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
And trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
You're in there.
Oh, you don't need to-